Play some fucking music in a sec. I'm not playing music yet. Post that. Post that. Okay. Let's get some music going and let's start doing some work here. That's gonna be the move. Move my microphone down a little bit. Right there is good, I think. This. Okay. So the first thing I actually want to do today, before we get into any of the bathroom building stuff, is I want to go to Valdrakken, see if the daily that I want is up. There's a daily specifically for the Ruby Feast that if you do it, grants you the ability to purchase this like meat roast food dish that I really want. So we're gonna go get that right now. Well, hopefully we're gonna see if the daily's up first, I guess. Still can't mount there, right? Over here. Nice. Show me spices. Show me spices. Show me spices. Yeah, we did it. That's the one we wanted. Excuse me. I really want this little food dish. I think the meat leg is going to be weirdly useful. I guess it's a leg of ham. I could be more specific than meat leg. I have a pretty concrete plan for what I think. Well, actually, that's not true. I know what room I'm basing my bathroom build off of. I've taken pictures. I'm going to put them up on screen when I do it. But I don't have a plan for like how I'm going to make any of the actual furniture. Yeah, this is what I want. 10,000 years of roasting. Collect 30 lava spices. Do I get that leg from this? Yeah, I do. Wicked. So I can go buy more after, but I don't actually have to. That's a pretty big one. just don't have it. It's all, is it all just the creatures in here? Oh, is it really specifically these? And like the big elementals, maybe. I re-stealth all the time. I gotta hold my... Even in casual content, I have to hold my adrenaline rush. Okay, these guys are... That's who we truly want. Are there any more Stompy Boys? I see a Stompy Boy right there. Oh. I wish I could, like, block the... story of memorable things, because now I have to go in, I gotta delete it. How high up does this go? Oh, does it go all the way up here? Yeah, there's nothing really up here. Okay. I only need 4. Maybe I can just snap a couple. There's like 3 here, right? Yeah. 3, 4 maybe? Nice. Easy. Okay, that was actually really fast. Much faster than I thought it was going to be. Oh, I have to go back to the Ruby Feast. I don't go back to him. Duh. Oops. Let's go this way. I think we're going to work on the... I want to make my sign really quick for my tavern, and then I think we'll get into the bathroom build. That's where my head's at right now. I really want to finish the sign. That room's like basically almost where I want it, my initial room in my house. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I got off too soon. I was too cocky. Boom. That's my guy. Signed, sealed, delivered. Do I just go buy one of these right now? I think they get sold in here. I'm pretty sure. I'm relatively confident it's in here. Let's just go see. It's like right here. Nope. Up. Up one more for sure. I think it's you. Whole thing froze. Roaster resplatter. Yeah, there we go. Let's grab a couple of those. Is there anything, you know, while I'm here, right? Is there anything else that I think is actually going to come in handy when I do this bathroom build? Fountain. We'll take a fountain. I think I'm going to do a wooden toilet, but let's grab another stone. Excuse me, chat. Whoa. Let's grab another stone stool just in case. Ooh, Grand Dragon's Mirror. Yeah, let's get one of those. Maybe 2 of these. Difficult to know how many of those I'm going to need. Let's collect those. Okay, wicked. Now, I actually had a question about... I haven't used this Homebound add-on that much yet, because I truthfully haven't I haven't felt like I've had a super big need for it, but does it show? I would love to know if it showed like green must mean I've purchased everything from them, right? And yellow means I haven't. Is that kind of the idea? Feels like it might be the idea. There's transparently a lot of stuff I have not bought yet because I just haven't had the need. I don't. Okay. You know what? Let's go. Let's go home. Let's do the sign real quick, and then we'll get started on the bathroom tutorial. And we can figure out what we need to get after we block the room a little bit and figure out what we're gonna need size-wise. There's at least one item I can think of that I think I might want for the bathroom build that I know I don't have. And it's this like a basin, maybe? This guy. I haven't bought this at all. Dreamweaver's Revered, which I think I actually do have. I have on like many characters, but I think I actually do have it on this guy too, so I don't even need to swap. But yeah, I do. I must have exalted all this guy during time walking or something. Or maybe they made these warbound. I don't know. Either way, we can go get that. So that's big. I think that's going to play into the bathroom in a big way. Okay, so this is our little free mini tutorial to start. This is going to be our sign up here in the top for the tavern. I've gone with the name the Mangy Murloc. I wanted a better M word, but I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't really think of anything like better, to be honest. I wanted the alliteration. So I think we're going to go with the Mangy Murloc. I've acquired all of the writing utensils I'm going to need for this sign. You know what? For the sake of simplicity, I am going to hit start recording just in case. Let's make sure I actually record this in case I need any of the footage. Get rid of my quest objectives. We don't need that right now. So writing in this game on like any kind of board is kind of a bit of a mess. For good reason. They don't want people writing what World of Warcraft players would probably typically write on a sign, but you can get around it a little bit. So what we're gonna do is I got a crate. These are my crates. These dyeable crates are really the key to our chicken scratch writing. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna give this a rotate. Oh no, we're gonna rotate it on this axis. We want it rotated 90 degrees, so we'll go right about there. We'll actually end up tweaking the rotation a little bit once we get it up there. But I kind of want it as simple as possible to start. This is where I really wish there was a cloning tool handy, because I'd really like to be able to just, like, I have 50 of these. I'm going to need them all to the same starting rotation, functionally. It'd be really nice to just clone them, but I can't, so is what it is. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to dye this, and I picked green. I think the third dye slot is what we want here. Nope, super not what we wanted. Which one did I want? Is it just the first one? Yeah, okay. That's good. We're going to do the writing in green. I think it'll appear fairly well if it's in green. So let's get this. Let's get this up where I want it first, actually. It's almost always easier to, like, just... I just call them... I guess it's called decorate mode, technically. I call them 1 and 2, colloquially. Almost always easier to just place this stuff up. High up to start. Uh-oh. Excuse me, chat. Oh. Okay. Anyways, back at it. So we have this up here now. What we're gonna do is, and this is where it would be almost nice if you could, outside, right? You can just kind of like go into flight form. We can't go into flight form here. What we can do is, let's get a small platform. Let's get on top of the small platform. Let's elevator ourselves up. Doop. 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 Right about here. I think we got a pretty good view of the sign here. I think this is where we're gonna work from. Okay, so now that we have our scaffolding, let's get back to this guy. This guy needs to shrink way down. Probably, I think I like it right about there. And I need a little bit more of a tilt from him. Something like that, maybe. I think that's a good starting place. And then we're just going to move him back. Come on, grab the right one. Move him back. Let's tilt this way and up a little bit. Almost too much that way. Okay, that's good. And then what you actually do to deal with the size of the font a lot of the time is, instead of like changing the specific size, you can change the size of the crate itself, but I would actually just probably drag it in and out. This might actually still be a little too big though. I kind of almost want to go to 25. And then just drag it out some more. Like right about there. That's probably good. Okay, so we roughly 25% for the first set of letters is what we want here. $25. Let's rip it to 25. Let's give it a rotate this way. Actually, we probably want it like this. Just thinking about the edge I'm going to use. This edge is a little brighter. Weirdly, items in this housing system kind of hold their lighting value a little bit. So you almost want... you kind of want to pay attention to what... what edge you're using. And the other thing is to remember is that asymmetry is okay in writing, right? You don't necessarily want it to be perfectly symmetrical. So like the T not being perfect here, actually okay for our purposes. So that went pretty well. Whenever you're trying to do like chicken scratch writing, like you don't necessarily want... Nobody's got perfect writing, right? So let's do it like this. Sometimes you can get so in your own head about perfectionism. You kind of lose the forest for the trees a little bit. What do we say? 25 is kind of where we were at? Yeah. Let's pull this down. Pull it in a little bit. I want very similar for this next one. 25. Let's give it a rotate. Not that one. We want this axis to 270. We'll give it a little bit of a twist like that maybe, and then we'll give it one of these. Dye it the right color. And let's move this bad boy to where we need it. Come back out, please, Mr. Guy. I need you out here. See, too thick there. and this is where like I kind of want to play with the rotation just a little bit here. Yeah, that's better. I like that quite a bit more. Let's go here. This guy we're gonna rotate just down like this for our H cross. Let's dye it right away. Size is gonna be a little smaller than 25, I reckon. We're probably gonna go all the way down to 20 for this, for the H cross, but we'll see what we can do. This might be enough. Yeah, it's a little big. Let's go down to... Oh, it is at 20. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. Okay. We're okay. Yep, and I kind of want to give it a little more of a tilt. And probably a little more of a tilt this way, too, to just get a little bit more edge and move it up slightly. Yeah, I like that. I like that H quite a bit. Okay, let's go here. Let's get our blocking for the E. We want this and this. Boom. Down to 25. And what you'll notice too is that I'm not doing it right now, but I actually need to place this a little better. You can get a little creative with the scaling on these two, even for words that are meant to be approximately the same. Approximately the same size. Like I said, I kind of like to play more with how pulled into the item I am when I'm playing with the size here, but you know, your mileage may vary. Okay, I think that's a pretty good. I got a nose hair tickling me, chat. I also, my mustache is starting to like kind of curl up a little bit up here, which I think is a sign I need to trim it. New mustache guy. But it's starting to bother me a little bit. Let's do this. Tilt it this way, and we dye like this. And this is gonna go down to a 20 when we're done with it, because I do want it to be I want it to be a little smaller, a little akin to the kind of H crosses here. But we just want to keep it findable. Let's do like a 23, or yeah, 23. 23 could be okay, I think. We'll pull it out ever so slightly. Right there, maybe. Oh, I think we are going to want to go down to the 20, actually. Actually, chat, that's not bad. Let's leave it like that. Okay, new crate. Rotate down to like there. That seems good. Dye it green. Shrink down to... I think we said 22 is where we had it, right? I know it popped up and said 20, chat. It, uh-oh. Okay, that's not actually a problem. Here's what we're gonna do. Shift that one back. Move that guy there. It's about where that was, right? Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Safe. That was something you basically never want to do, which is move that too early. I kind of want more of a tilt. Yeah, I like it getting thinner on the end a little bit. I also think I maybe like it. I maybe like it at 20. And then pulled. Might be too thin from the... You got to think about the angle we're viewing it from too, right? Like we're viewing it from the ground down there. I think that's probably good. There's sometimes a weird thing, chat, where it just like... It grabs the... It kind of places the item right away, I find. Which I don't want. Let's get this. This one's going to be a 20 for sure. And let's just move this. Let's get it in here. There's our the. Excuse me. Okay. Good start. The rest of them are actually going to be a little bit easier because the print's going to be a little bit bigger. So we want to give this a rotate like this. Give it a rotate like this. Let's dye it first. Let's do that first. And now let's think about sizing here. What I want to avoid, chat, is the classic school project poster board problem. Right? Of like, ooh, I didn't give myself enough space. And now I'm in trouble. If I can help it. Can I give this a little bit more of a... Yeah, something like that. I like that a little bit. That's almost not... It almost doesn't seem bigger than the T. But it is. Let's go... I think 35 is our sweet spot. That's probably what we want. Yeah. Right there? That seems okay. Let's go. So this one, if we think about how you would typically chicken scratch an M, right? What do we say? 35 for that, right? Let's go to like a 30 for the, maybe even a 26 for the little ones. It's not gonna, that's gonna be the wrong angle, I think, for the M part. Yeah, we need to tweak this pretty heavily. Let's go like that. Oh, or nice. I like that. Okay. Easy. Let's go here. Dunk. 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 It's probably okay. What did I say I went to? 25? It doesn't really, honestly, Chad, it doesn't really matter. It's not, hold on. Let's not make a repeat of our same mistakes. Let's get down to 25 on like where I can fully see it and then pull it back in. Now when you like writing, I want the point narrower on that. If I write like a... Because I want it to be kind of... You're not going to be able to see that. What am I doing? You want it to be a little scratchy, right? I think that'll be okay. I'm going to trust my gut. I'm going to say that's going to be okay. Let's rip a full 270 here. Dye it real quick. What sizing did we size this to? 40. 40, 40, 40, 40, 40 right here. Give me the rotate like this. I actually probably want it to be 45, I think. And we're going to give it a tip. Like that. And pull it in. I want this last M to be a... Oh, almost off the scaffolding. That's okay. I want this last M to be a little Like it kind of, it almost trails off at the end in my mind. So we're gonna get the effect of, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna drag it back a little bit. In, yeah, okay. That looks good to me. Something like this, maybe? Diet. Shrink it down. I don't want it quite at the 40. I want the A probably, like I want the rest of the writing, I think, a little bit smaller than where I had the, where I had the M. That's definitely not the right way. I want it to kind of tilt in a little bit like that. We don't have enough of an angle here. So like I said, like there are different ways to figure out how your writing is going and like the direction that like the angles are taking and all that stuff, right? You really have to play with, when you're crate writing, all of the all three angle adjusters. Let's see a group feature for copy pasting set pieces that you put together. Yeah, totally align. Like I would love to be able to just like make an A and then save it as a set piece, so I didn't have to do this for every time I want to write something, right? Which is just like such a pain. But you know, early access, this is what you get, and you work with what you have, and that's part of the fun of housing, is just you got to try and see what you can see what we can work with. This is too big almost. I want it, let's maybe get it down to like a 30 here and pull it back out. Yeah, see, this is good, but the angle's wrong. We need like a little more oomph on the A. Let's do this. Yeah, nice. Okay. And then this one will be really easy. There's the infamous corner crate. Back at it again. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, JB. Infamous corner crate. Back at it again. Let's dye this real quick. Apply. I'm probably just gonna, I think when the bathroom vid will be a little more uncut. Probably just gonna end up speeding this part. I didn't know I was gonna make a letter tutorial today, to be honest, but I think I'll probably just end up speeding this part up when I put it on YouTube and voicing over it. We almost want a full 20, I think, for this. We want most of the time, these cross hatches, we want quite small. MA. Do we think... Hold on. We have to do math. So I originally had this as Mangy. Do we think Mighty Murloc is a better name? 4. So it's 4. 3. No, 4, 1 for the I. 4 for the G. 3 for the H. 2 for the T. 2 for the Y. That's 5, 9, 12, 14, 16. That's the same crates. Do we think the Mighty Murloc is better than the Mangy Murloc? They kind of have different vibes. I think Mighty's almost a little too heroic for our purposes. I think Mangy's what we want. I think Mangy. I think, you know, we trust our gut on the name. Okay, come over here, you rogue crate. Let's give it a turn. Nope, wrong way. This way. You could, if you wanted to vary the lettering, coloring, you could for sure use a different edge of this crate as well. I just don't want to. Transparently. I think we said we're setting these to like 35-ish, right? Yeah, let's go here. Pull this guy out. $35 is almost too... no, it was at 35. It just like... For some reason, the scaler just will lie to you at inopportune moments. It'll just decide it's a different size than it actually is. And the nice thing is that sometimes, right, when you're like... When you're doing this kind of faux, like, chicken scratch, so you're kind of like very intentionally making the lettering not symmetrical, occasionally you can just straight up use the... you can just use the default positioning, right? Because by the nature of it... probably like right here, I think it's gonna be good. By the nature of it being straight relative to the rest of it, it'll look... It'll automatically look less symmetrical anyway. Okay, I think for the N, we probably almost want a full, like the full 30. Let's go 28. Pull this out. The angle's wrong a little bit, chat. We need a little less from the bottom. We want the bottom to kind of strike in like that. To do that, we're going to want to pull this up. It's still not quite right, is it? We need a little less tilt. You know what we need is a little more size. Let's get this to like a 30 on the dot. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. And I think for this one, I'm going to do exactly what oop, wrong one. Just talked about. And we're going to almost just play this one dead straight, I think. 70... Wrong one again, Michael. That's probably my biggest challenge with a lot of these tools right now, is that I just like, on rotation specifically, I constantly grab the wrong one. 30 on the nose, I think. And let's pull it back and pull it back. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do a quick test here. We're just gonna see. Oh yeah, that's super readable from the bottom. Ah, you love to see a plan come together, chat. Okay, give me this guy here. Give my crate back. I'm gonna need that. Making our way up top, scaffolding. I almost want this a little closer. I'm just a little nervous. I've been kind of moving closer, and I don't want to. I don't want to pull the accidental fall. Not that it's like really a problem. You just get back up here, but let's go this way. Now the G, I have the G going with 4 pieces. You're not going to be able to see it, but I sketched out kind of how I wanted to make the letters. Yeah, it's getting blurred by the camera, but I sketched out how I wanted to make the letters so I could pre-count my crates. I did this last night. So we're just kind of like, I just got stun locked, JB, if you're still in chat, because I remembered you DM'd me about something and I absolutely did not answer you. So I will endeavor to give you an answer on that. I just wasn't at my computer when you sent me the message initially. This is like days ago. But I will endeavor to answer that question today. No, we need a tilt. Something like that, I think. I think the G is going to be the most annoying letter to make, to be honest. That's my anticipation. The G has a lot of... Yeah, see, this is actually too big. We're going to need to go all the way down to 20, I think, for the G. And we're going to rely on thickness. Largely. To get us where we need to go. I think it is going to take one more letter than what I thought it would. Yeah, I'm already looking at it, chat. I already think we are in we're in the shape of having to use an extra letter. It's okay. Let's letter it out. Use the arrow keys. That's something I gotta get better at too. You can use the arrow keys for depth. Well, you can use the arrow keys for anything, to be clear, but if you can't grab it, you can actually just fix that problem on your own. It's probably good. Never be too precise. Tilts, tilts, tilts. Make it green. Shrink it down to 20. We said 20, right? Yeah, 20. Pull that sucker out. Up, up. Can already tell it's gonna need more of a tilt this way. Still more. It needs more of a tilt this way. It needs rapid adjustment, actually, in general. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's tweak. One more crate, I think. We should be able to get our G basically done here. We might need a drop, which is why we bought extra crates, chat. Give me a 20. Pull this out a little bit. Up, up. Give me the depth. Okay, we do need a little bit of a tilt on it, it turns out, to really get the point across, I think. Now we can hide. What we can do, chat, is we can hide a little bit of the G, I think, here. If we go like this and we tilt this. That might be as good as we can get it. Hold on. I kind of like the idea of making, just give me a really small crate. Pull it out. Dye it. Did I lose that? Yeah, I lost it, I think. I could see it right. There we go. I don't actually know how I got that back, but that's okay. Let's give it a tilt. Needs a little bit less of a tilt, probably something like that. Pull it up. Yeah, that's a much better G. Yeah. Much better G. Okay. Let's dye this first, and then we'll go rotate, and we'll give it a, like one of these, probably, that's fine. That. Pull it up. Just keyboard moving a little bit here, chat. Something like that. Is that the small? No, I didn't. Yeah, I knew I didn't shrink it to 20. It's like, I'm pretty sure it can get smaller than that. Okay. Move in. Pull out. Okay, good. And then we do this one. Dye it green. Give it a rotate. Not the first rotate I wanted to do, actually. Cancel that. Let's move it this way to start. Yeah, give me one of these. And then we'll grab it on this, no, on this axis. Actually, a little bit less than we wanted. Something like that. That looks good to me. Get it to like a 35. Pull it out. And place. When I do a Y, how do I do a Y? Yeah. We need a little bit more rotation on that. And then let's pull it out. Just, oh, no, way too much. Hold on. What are you groaning about back there, bub? My dog is groaning. I just don't want it to be not visible down below. Ah, there we go. Great. We're almost done. 6 more letters. We passed the halfway point. And the great news is, stuff's getting bigger. And the bigger stuff gets, the easier it is to write, to be honest. So we do this. We give it a dye. Let's give it a shrink now. This is going to be our biggest letter, so I almost want to start at 55. I want the Murloc to be the fucking highlight. You know what I'm saying? We need a little bit of it. We need a little bit more tilt than we have right now. Maybe that was maybe a little too much tilt. Let's dial it back. Right about there. Yeah, what did I set that to? 50? Spot on. Okay. Heroic. Remember 50, chat. We need this. That is way too much of a tilt. Let's pull it back here. No, we said 50 before, so let's get it to like a nice 40 maybe. Pull it up. See what we can do. We need a steeper angle. This might be better. Quite a bit better. Yep. Okay. Next crate. What did we set that to? 40 we said? Let's do 40 again. 40. Give it a die. Give me a tilt and tilt. Let's go up. We need, yeah, a little more of that. Not so much steeper though. We actually want to go even smaller than 40, I think, here. Let's get me to like a 35, maybe. Pull that out before I lose it. There we go. Okay. That's good, I think. Rotates. Right about there. That looks good to me. Diet. Green. Size it to 50. Maybe even a little longer. We might go a little long on this one. I like when the M tail goes long. It's not quite as long as before, but I think that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Now I budgeted 3 for the U, I think. And I have extra crates. I think I have 4 extra crates right now. So let's go. We're not going to want this quite at a 50 again because we want the letters a little smaller. So let's say, let's put this at a 45 right now. Diet green. $45, even too big still. Let's get all the way, or that was at 40? No, there's no way. That had to be bugged. That's at 40? Too big. Let's go 30 and then pull it through. 30 it is. Okay. Sometimes you learn by exploring, chat. And what I learned there is 30 was too... I think that's a little small, right? Yeah, I like the 34, I think. One of the few, like, we can make it bolder or less bold with the pull in and the pull out, right? But what we can't do is make it taller. We need the size very explicitly determines our like letter height. That's the thing that the sizing and the scaling is truly for here. This is going to end up way smaller because we want it to be clear that this is a U, but not Um, we don't want this to be huge. I might even go all the way down to like a 20, to be honest. 25 maybe? Let's do that and pull it out and see. I think we can do 20. To be honest. Yeah. 20 is going to be the right play. Touch it out. Pull it up. Good. Don't want this one to be perfect. Dye it green. What did we scale this to, chat? 30? Does that mean... Now it says 30. Does that mean it actually... I scaled to 35? Feels like the answer is yes. Just looking at these. Feels to me like the answer is yes. I almost need more of an angle. And maybe a little bit smaller of a letter height. No need for the U to be perfectly symmetrical, right? Pull it down. Yeah, that's better. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted the Murloc wrong. Yeah, Murloc's 5. Or the R. Murloc. The R is 5. Do this. Give it a rotate. Give it a rotate. Dye it green. Scale to 35. Can I give it a rotate? This is the axis I want. Can I drag it back a little bit? Yeah, that's good, I think. Okay, I think all three of these next crates, I think, are going to be at the 20 mark in order for us to get to the size we want. Let's dye it first so I don't lose it. Way easier to find it if it's green. Scale to 20. Give me a rotate this way. Give me a rotate this way. Give me a rotate this way. Give me a little less there. Way more there. That's good. Pull it back. I'll take it right there, I think. Next crate. This one we're going to rotate all the way. So we're doing 90 degrees on this axis whenever you want kind of a even vaguely straight line. You'll notice a lot of like dual rotations when I do these letters because I'm doing them intentionally off kilter. And to be honest, like the best way to get a handle on that is to just play with it. Like to get a handle specifically on the way you need to like tweak the axes It's not necessarily intuitive. You kind of have to, you got to work your own way out there. There we go. That looks pretty good to me. Let's get another crate. Give it a rotate down this way. I think we can actually probably almost leave this one just rotated like that. Scale down to 20. Pull up. Pull it back. Something like that. Yeah, that almost worked out great. Okay. I really want the line on this R to trail off, I think. So we're going to go like this, this, and I think we're actually going to give this a full 35 on sizing. Dye it green. Oh yeah, that's going to be exactly what I want, basically. We just need to tweak the, we just got to tweak the output a little bit here. That's good. Give me this one. Give me a rotate. The more that we angle it with those two, the more it'll look like a kind of trail off when we pull it in. Okay, 3 down. Only a few more letters to go, chat. We're making it happen. This is an L. L. The most beloved letter because it's only 2. Two lines. We love a 2-line letter. This is not rotated enough. Can I? Yeah, do that. Do that. Boom. Roasted. Easy. Do this. Can we cheat again and just give this like a full... Just do this with it, maybe? How long do we want this to be? That's a 35. Let's take this down to like a 28, maybe. Wait. Okay. For my O, you can do an O. You can do an O square wise, or you can do an O diamond wise, right? That makes sense to you, chat. L rare W. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% correct, JB. Because of how this L is, I think we want to do a diamond O here. So we're gonna go dunk. Give me a pull forward here. And then we're gonna just do some rotations. This axis right there, that seems good. Let's start at the 30. Did that not die? Let's start at the 35 and work our way in. Angles wrong here, but we can fix that when we get it up here. We need a pull forward like this. That might actually be totally fine now. Too big. Quite a bit too big. Let's pull it down quite a lot. That's quite a bit too small now. I think 25 might be where it's at, chat. We're gonna leave that. This one we're gonna shrink down smaller than that though. I think. Tuna 27 maybe. Let's dye this. Okay. I'm getting quiet because we're close to the end of this, the sign chat. I'm starting to get excited. Lettering is, it ends up, the lettering thing looks so cool when it's done. Even just the chalk mark ticks that I did on the chalkboard, you can actually kind of see them from right here, down in the corner. Like, even those turned out so good. And the lettering is such a nice, easy trick to pull off. But it's tedious. It's tedious work. Right? You do a lot of tedium for a good, but I mean, relatively subtle payoff, right? Like, nobody is... I'm doing this to be able to make a sign. It's a lot of work to make a sign. But we persevere. This needs to be smaller by a lot. Maybe like a 24 even. Well, I have a little more room on here. There we go. Okay. Something like that to start, maybe. Green. I think we're gonna, you know, let's start at the third. Let's start at the 25 mark here. Drag it up. When I'm up, I can't get down. Can't get down, can't get level when I'm up. That's not long enough. So we need... We get it at 25. Let's get it to 28, I think. And then we need to play with the rotation quite a bit here. We need to do this. I need this guy here. There's our O. Now we get our C going and we're laughing. We're almost done. There's a... I have a kind of sweet surprise I'm going to do for when I post the video of this. There's one more thing I want to... Oh, that. My Switch fell. Not my Nintendo Switch. I have a keyboard and mouse Switch that fell off my desk. The adhesive is slowly starting to go. I have one more thing that I want to do on this thing, but I'm going to save it as a little video treat. What am I doing? Hold on. We gotta size it, Michael. Just put a full-size crate in the sign for no reason. Let's actually make this bigger. I think 35 is too small. Let's go up to 40. Maybe even 43. I kind of like... Okay, sign. Not 200. Let's go even 45. I kind of want some oomph on the C. I decided. I did it. We almost made it the entire stream without me falling off my scaffolding, but not this time. Let's go 3 die wooden dunk. Something like that. Now this is not going to be a 45. This is probably going to be like a... Let's call it a 36 to start. Might be even less, to be honest. Yeah, that's going to be a really intense C, I think, at 36. I want it a little more subtle. Let's drop it down to like a 30, maybe. Okay, one more crate. Let's do this. Pull it down. One of these. One of these. One of these. Maybe a little bit less of an intense angle. Something like that. What did I pull it down to when I pulled this down? It's 30, so anywhere between 25 and 35, depending on what the interface decides to show me. The angle on this is quite a bit off. Yeah, we need to tweak that a little bit and then drag it. Even more still, like that. Pull it down. Yeah. Because it's okay if we have... I kind of don't hate the like pencil thin look. We actually need to tilt this a little more this way. Ooh, that's better. It's actually a better look for it to do that. But I want even more of that. And then I probably actually want it downsized. Let's give it a 31. And pull it out. Can I give it just a little less? Yep. Something like that. Okay. Pretty good sign, right? Pretty good sign. So I'm gonna add a little thing up in this top right, I think. I just need a few more crates to do it. But I think we can. So if I think about like a Murloc in line art, right? Like, I gotta draw it. One of the most, we'll get into the bathroom tutorial shortly. One of the biggest tips I have as a housing, as a now housing main, is you got to draw stuff out. So what I'm doing on my pen and paper chat, even though you can't see it, is I'm making very distinct angular lines so that I have a sense of what I actually need. I drew one of the worst Murlocs imaginable. I have to go look at, there is line art of like Murky. That's probably what I'm going to emulate. I'm just trying to think about how many crates I actually need for this. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I probably need 19. So call it 25 crates, probably extra, to make the Murloc in the top right of this sign. And then we're good. But I think we're going to stop work on the sign right now. I think we're going to get into the bathroom stuff. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. So you walk in, you get your sign, right? And then let's turn off the UI. We don't need UI for this. So you walk in, you get your sign. One more time. We're going to zoom in and we're going to go to walk mode. So you walk in. There we go. That's better. You got your sign. You come in on the dartboard. This, I have to go get a BFA Alliance achievement I don't have, but there's a good Kultiran like cross weapon shield decoration that I think is going to look better than this dragon head does above this. So I'm going to swap that in there. So you come in, you got your bar to the left. It's got all your little cooktops, your cookwares. You got your bar seating for if you need to sit down on the stools. We've got our TV. We've got our single plant as a pinnacle straight male gamer. There's not enough wildlife, which is just, you know, that's a textbook example of male decorating. We have this like, this is actually fun. This is the uncrowned, like medicine cabinet. I can't remember what it's called. But it's got all its bottles and stuff like that in it, which is really nice. But it fits perfectly in this bar decoration, such that you can kind of fake a cabinet door there. We have our little bar. We've got our stoves with our burners and some stuff cooking on top. This is a little big. I think this is as small as this half pot goes, though. A little rack. We'll talk about this area in a second. That's actually what we're going to go work on right now. We got our booths and our stalls. We got our pool table. We got our chalkboard for keeping score. And we have our little sitting area. And this little kind of one-person wine bar type of table here for if you want to observe and be solo. That's all pretty good. This room I think is going to end up being our secret poker room. I've kind of started to block out what I want in here already. This is very much not even close to complete. There's so much to do in this room still. But I started to block out, you know, what does the poker table look like? What do I want? But the thing we're actually here to do today is talk about how I put together a room. Because a common thread I'm seeing among people who are starting to get into housing is that a challenge when you come into places like this and you see some, I'm going to pick on the pool table. You pick on the pool table, right? And it's like, how are people building stuff like this? And people will just kind of like stall out or say some dumb stuff. Like, I'm not creative to do this, or I'm not creative enough to do this. My mind doesn't really know how to think this way. I feel overwhelmed, all this stuff. You should feel overwhelmed because there's a lot of stuff. Shouldn't. It's not that you should, but like, it's okay to feel overwhelmed because there's a ton. But creating rooms and creating individual, like, customized pieces of furniture are quite a bit simpler, I think, in concept than a lot of people actually make it out to be. So what we're going to do today is in a relatively short amount of time, we're going to make a bathroom. And it's not going to be a perfect bathroom, but I think that there's a lot that we can do with the bathroom as a concept to kind of get us where we want to be. I have all this empty space in this room back here. Hidden housing tip number 1 is don't just use the rooms that you can see in the floor plan menu. You ideally really want to like pick a bigger room than you need and use the interior divider walls to segment that room. It's going to really open up what you can do. What you can do visually, what you can do with a room. It allows you to create these like nooks, right? Like this from an overhead perspective and things like that. It's just, there's a lot that can be done if you don't limit yourself to, well, this room's a square, so I need to use it as a square. Hidden tip number 1. Not what we're here to do. I have 2 photos that I want to put on screen to start us out here. And I'm going to put them on. I'm going to probably make them pretty small. Let's call this bathroom ref 1. Just picking my photos out, chat, which obviously you cannot see. Where's my YouTube folder? Here. Warcraft videos, bathroom build live stream. Bathroom number 1. Oh my god, it's huge. Let's really scale this bad boy down. Hello. Hello. Hell. Oh, wait, scaled not uniformly. Hold on. It's because I was holding shift. I don't know why I held shift. There's no like there's no like punch in to resize in OBS chat, so you are just gonna have to deal with this. I could have set this up earlier in retrospect. I'm actually gonna stop the recording for a sec here so that I can have an easier cut timeline. Okay, so this is bathroom number 1. Bathroom shot number 1 here. Where is my second photo? Add image. Bathroom ref 2. Browse this. Okay. And let's scale this bad boy down quite a bit. Okay, so what we have on screen, chat, is my half bath in my house. So not the full bath, but the half bath that I have here. We are not going to make it look like this with a porcelain white toilet and porcelain white countertops and all those things, although you could. But what I'm more using this for is I want it as like a blocking reference for how I'm going to set up the room. This could be from a room in your house. This could very well also just be some stuff you found online from a blocking perspective. Either one works. Whatever is going to give you the best result is likely what you should go ahead with. Now, part of the reason I picked my half bath is that I already have, by virtue of the way I've set up this room, I kind of have a little look like this toilet is set in my real half bath. So we're going to utilize that as much as possible. If I didn't have that, I would, you know, just build it with some walls or whatever the case may be. But this is where we're going to set the toilet paper, the shelf, all that stuff. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just finish off this pillar. What I don't want here is this little like indent kind of situation, I don't think. Although it might be okay. we could maybe make a door here. Maybe we'll leave the wall for now, actually. The first thing I want to do is block out kind of like where things are going to go. So I know that I want a toilet. I haven't built a toilet yet, but that is one of the things we're going to build today. But for the sake of blocking, we're going to use this Valdrakken stool as a toilet. I think that's a pretty good toilet example. So let's do this. Let's scale this up a little bit because it's going to be bigger than that, right? So we're probably going to have like some kind of toilet here. This guy here. Probably right about there. We're going to need the toilet tank. To block the toilet tank, I'm just going to take like a bookcase. And this is where, to start, right? Like a lot of the time when you, when people start building stuff, they start immediately thinking about what they need for the final build. I think that is a good way to drive yourself crazy, because you could go do a bunch of work and find out that like, oh, actually I don't like the sizing on that, or I don't think this original idea that like I found something in the catalog, I don't think it's actually going to work from like a design perspective, from a sizing perspective, whatever it may be. So I think your best route is pretty much always start out blocking with whatever you have in your home inventory. You can always change stuff out, right? So we've got kind of like conceptually a toilet here now. Shelf wise, there's a blank version of this Tide Sage bookshelf that I think I almost might just use verbatim. This is huge. Oh, hello. This is huge. Way too big. Let's size this down a little bit. Get this guy placing. We'll kind of like center it a little bit. Something like that, right? That's okay. We know we're going to need a toilet paper roll. Some people might say stuff like the toilet paper roll is like, well, Mike, do you really need to block that out? But my answer is yeah. I like to block stuff like that out. Mostly because I find... This is a little big, but this will suit our purposes just fine for now. I find that like little details like that are often what, in my mind, set apart like really impressive rooms. Stuff where it feels like they've thought of the details is really, really neat to me. So we're gonna do this. That's like our toilet paper roll blocking right now. What else is in this big image? I'm actually gonna open these images on my upper monitor here larger so that I can have a good look at them. Okay, so we have a shelf. We have, even though we're not going to replicate colors, we are going to try and replicate this as much as we actually can. Do I have a wicker basket still? Okay, the wicker basket is kind of like probably what I will actually use as a waste paper bin. What can I use to just fake a waste paper bin right now? This is fine. Shrink this down to about there, right? That's kind of like, that's going to be our garbage bin. This is probably not quite centered. We could probably move it over a little bit. This is why we block. This is exactly why we block, right? Especially before, as we start to get into like the custom furniture building aspect of this, like, I think it's so important to block this stuff because like, if you know you're going to end up having to move furniture, you want to know before you start dumping 3 hours into an item that has like 16 component parts or more or something, right? Or like, you know, up to like 30 or 40 component parts. So you want to, I kind of think you want to always block it ahead of time as much as you can. Okay, so we have like our little toilet here. We have our shelf. There's going to be a Kleenex box of some kind. Do I have just like a chest I can use for that right now? Yep, perfect. Shrink this down. That goes on top. Ah, excellent. Okay. So this is our like toilet. This is our loo space here. Now in reality, I know this because I've been in the bathroom. and this is more space than I have, but it is what it is. You give people an MMO housing system, and the first thing they do is try to assemble a toilet out of various bits. Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time in Final Fantasy XIV. I had a pretty good bathroom in Final Fantasy XIV as well, with a shower and everything like that. I mean, I built my tavern out before I built anything else about a bathroom. But you are correct that many people will immediately jump to, how do I build the best bathroom I possibly can? And that's kind of why I'm using the bathroom as a tutorial example of how I go about building a room like this. Okay. So this is a pretty solid blocking, I would say, for our bathroom toilet situation here. If we turn our attention to the image in the top left, always thinking about the toilet. You're right. Always thinking about the toilet. If we turn our attention to the top left, right? This is where this becomes like a little bit more room blocking, because this was already here built for us, but we got to kind of figure out how much space we want for the counter and area here. And I'll usually do this before I try and set out how much room I actually want to give the room. So for our countertop, what is a good structural countertop to start with? I like the height on... It's a little bit about height and it's a little bit about width. Let's see, like that's too wide. This scaled might be okay. So let's do this. Let's scale this up to about, let's call it 150. It's a little narrow. A little narrow for what I want. Can I actually do it with... Is this wider? Yeah, okay, hold on. So if I scale this to like 120. Transparently, chat, I just like round numbers most of the time if I can help it. Maybe even a little thicker. $130. It's not quite the right height, but I think that's about the width I want for my countertop. So let's do 130 again. Right. If I can use the grid placement, I'm going to. Just because it'll kind of help me align stuff a little bit better. Let's go. This is probably honestly good. This might be a little wide for what I want for my countertop. This is a little narrow. So let's do table, shrink it. So that's like our blocked countertop, right? We probably, like, in actuality, we'll probably pull it. Well, maybe we won't pull it closer. Maybe we'll just leave that where it is. So that's not bad from a countertop. The sink will go here. We'll have like a plant. Can I get a plant? Don't search plant, Michael. Jesus. There's like... Let's do this. Hello, tree. Good to see you, tree. Welcome back, tree. Tree is way too big. Okay, nope. Still just kind of placing trees wherever I please. Is there like a... This is all nature large foliage. I wonder if I can get just like a... Probably not the Blight Flyer candle. Let's go to ornamentation for a second here. So I know it's all just because I really want to know like what size of item I'm looking for. Draconic Memorial. Nope, big. This might scale down. Okay, hold on. That's not bad at 20. Okay. Let's get that up here. So we do like one of these. Give it a little rotate. Now, one thing that I will do, and this is less important now, but becomes more important later, is if possible, I will always make the last move I do be in decorate mode. So 1 and not in 2. And the reason for that is just if I move it in decorate mode and place it on a surface, I can now move these surfaces at the same time. If your last move was in advanced mode, you can't do that. Which is not ideal. Okay. So I think this is pretty good from a blocking perspective. I have a mirror, but I think we're going to put the wall in first. So let's go Stormwind. It's not called Stormwind. Interior. Oh, I don't have any Stormwind interior walls left. I'll have to buy one. Okay. In the interim, we can use the Belemeth interior wall. It'll probably go to right about there. Be a little bit past, something like that. And we'll probably end up just edging this out just a little bit so that the counter wraps a little better. And then we're going to want... The doorway's almost too big here. So we may end up just making a manual doorway. And what we'll probably do to do that... That's too small. How do I want to do this? The thing about these is you can't shrink these. These don't size down from a doorway perspective. Now you do want a Tauren to be able to get into the bathroom though. You got to think about our Tauren brethren, right? So if I go here, I do a door. Does this door have enough room to swing open without clipping into the countertop? Fucking not really, barely. Okay, so we may end up shrinking the countertop down just a little bit. Because I don't love it clipping. Or we may end up making a custom doorway. Or third option is that this ends up just being a curtain. Which is also possible. Okay. This is a pretty, I think this is pretty blocked out for how we want to block out the bathroom. We know we've got a toilet. We know we've got a Kleenex box that we're going to want to do something with. We're going to want a toilet paper roll. We're going to have a shelf that's going to have some stuff on it. We actually are going to try and build a lot of the component parts that are on the shelf that my wife has wonderfully decorated up there. We have a waste paper bin. We're going to have a countertop that will have a sink in it. We'll have some kind of decoration here. And then we'll probably also have a little... Actually, I didn't block the soap dispenser. Let's just get a little soap dispenser here. Now, this is partially for sizing. It's also partially just because it's a really good way for me to not forget things that I want to build. Which is what I'm using it for in situations like this soap dispenser. Like, do I need to block a soap dispenser for like a spatial reason? No. Do I want to block a soap dispenser so that I don't get through my build and then go, oh crap, there's something that I wanted to build and I forgot? Yes. Okay. So you've blocked out your bathroom. You know what you want. You know roughly all the components. Now it's time to start actually thinking about how you build an item. Let's start with... I'm thinking about if I want to start with the toilet, because it's probably the most involved one. Or if I want to start with something easier. Let's start with something easier. Let me grab it. I'm gonna grab one of my cherry cokes that I have in the background here. Ugh. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. Let's start with something easier to do. So I'm gonna start with, funnily enough, because we just spent so much time talking about it, the soap dispenser. Let's talk about what's going on stream. That is in the upper left screen here. I'll make it a little bit bigger for a sec. So I'm talking about this red soap. Oh my god, chat! I forgot to block something, which is the towel rack. How do I want to block a towel rack? Oh. How do I want to block a towel rack? Okay, give me like a beam. Shrink the beam all the way down. Oh. Towel rack. Towel rack's kind of blocked there. And I also didn't do my mirror. This may end up actually just being the solution to the mirror transparently. I thought about this a little bit earlier when I was doing something else. Let's just say 90. We're doing something like this for a mirror, right? That's probably pretty good. That's gonna be fine. Okay. So we have that. Now we're more blocked. Back to what I was saying. Let's think about this soap dispenser that I have on the upper left. Soap dispenser has two component parts here, really. It has the jar that the liquid is coming out of, and it has the little spurtzer. That's probably not the right term for it, but that's what I'm going to call it. It has the spurtzer. So what do we need to really make an immersive soap dispenser? Let's say we need liquid or some kind of container, and we need a spurtzer. This is where you start your decoration journey. You have two component parts, and all you're gonna do is, you don't have to worry about being creative or tracking ahead. You're just gonna scroll, and you're just gonna kind of look for, okay, what has something that like could be construed as a soap dispenser? And there will be multiple options. So for example, like I could get this corner ethereal pipe segment, and if I tilt it, always think in 3 dimensions if you can, right? When you're looking at the object. So if I tilt that, that gives me like a hook downward, kind of similar to like the tap of a keg. Could be a believable dispenser. Maybe not the most believable one that we'll find. So let's just move on, but we keep that in the back of our mind. This is a pretty soapy looking container, right? It's got some green stuff in it. It's got an opening, so if we can figure out the spigot component of it, this could be a high contender. What I'll usually do, because you can't, for some reason, it doesn't let you, like I can see it's 5 decor budget, but it doesn't let you see the actual size. If you have Plumber installed, you can hit toggle banana, and you can see it relative to an in-game banana. Very handy add-on, Plumber. If I don't have Plumber installed, what I would usually do is go into size here and just filter down until I no longer saw the plague canister in this selection of things. But I do have Plumber installed, so we're just gonna use the banana. So this is a banana for scale. You can scale anywhere down to 20% of the height, right? So we think 50% of the height is this, 20% of the height's kind of, you know, somewhere around here. It's going to be pretty big for a soap dispenser, so that's probably out. We keep scrolling here. Let's turn off the banana for scale. The Borealis bottle, I actually don't know why that's happening to me. Let's... It must just be a bug with the Borealis bottle lamp. So I have two things in my mind right now. If I think like soap dispenser that has liquid in it, my mind kind of immediately goes to potion bottle. There aren't can I just use this as a dartboard clipped into the wall instead of doing all the work that I did? That's not related to my bathroom. Sorry, chat. I'm having a thought. I'm kind of thinking potion bottle. There's also a chance that this little Zandalari thing that I've put here could be fine as a decorative soap dispenser, right? But I want to do something a little more liquid for the case of this tutorial. So I'm going to go accents. I'm going to go ornamental here. See if I can scroll through any of the ornamental accents that might be catch my eye. Something like this could be okay. The Gilnean green potion bottle. This Nerubian alchemist retort, also not bad. Gilnean green potion bottle may be the leading contender right now for a soap dispenser in terms of the bottle. So that's the first component, right? So we're like, okay, maybe we're probably gonna want some kind of like soapy alchemist bottle, I think, for this. Let's say Gilnean green potion to start. Could change. The second thing we need is a spigot. You could continue to scroll through all these and find various spigot related things. My advice is early on in your custom furniture building career, don't like focus so much on thinking about the individual component parts, but just kind of think about the unit as a whole. What could you maybe use to start? I have one in mind actually already for this, and I think I get to it. Oh, speak of the devil, it's right here. It's a Stormsawn water pump. I think this water pump here, scaled, is probably a perfect soap dispenser for us. It has this little handle for pushing the soap out. It has the spigot for dispensing the soap, and it has this lawn stem that we can either, depending on sizing, place on top of a bottle or clip into a bottle to hide it as soap. And you might even be able to use something as simple as this, like a small Borealis barrel with soap. In fact, as I think about it, I think maybe that's the play. Maybe we go Borealis barrel and we go Stormsawn water pump. Where does the Borealis barrel come from? This is something that the game does a terrible job of telling you. So we go to our good friend Wowhead, which you're not going to be able to see on screen. Wowhead. We're going to search Borealis barrel. A lot of talking, chat. Kultiran inscription. Okay. We may use a different barrel for the purposes of this tutorial, because the person I know that has inscription max I don't think is online yet. But so that's going to be a crafting one for Kultiran inscription. Okay. So soap dispenser, and now I'm going to do the second part of important blocking, which is make notes. I want a notepad. For our soap dispenser, I want barrel, Borealis barrel, question mark. And I want, what was this called? It was called the Stormsawn water pump, which comes from Caspian and Stormsawn Valley. Caspian, Stormsawn Valley. When it's sold from a vendor, you can see it in this catalog. If you don't see it sold from a vendor like that, it doesn't say like a specific zone, it's probably crafted. Okay, so that's our soap dispenser. Very easy, very small one to do that with, right? Let's talk about the toilet. What do we need for component parts of a good toilet? Let's zoom this picture down a little bit. Let's make our toilet a little bigger. So there's going to be a few things that we want to do with the toilet. Number one is we want the tank. So we want the tank to sit behind and be relatively low profile. Ideally, although not necessarily, the tank will not take up the full back of the toilet. Like, so maybe half the width, half the height, pardon me, of this, and then we pull it upward from a support perspective. And then we'll stitch it in the back with a beam or something akin to that. You could hypothetically just leave this here too. We need something to sit on. So some kind of stool is likely what we're going to use to simulate being able to take a wicked dump upon the toilet. We probably also want water. This can depend on if you want your toilet seat up or down. But in the bowl itself, we probably want something. And we may or may not want a lid. With those in mind, how do we accomplish getting there? Well, we go back to our housing, right? And deceptively, the search tool in the housing dashboard is pretty good at contextual search. So you can just type in something like water, and it'll actually give you options that have water in them. Sorry, chat. My wife is texting me. She's texted me several times, and I've ignored her, and that's my bad. Okay. Search is pretty good for finding stuff that you want. So you can just type water in and you'll get all your water options. There's a couple things that I'm looking at here that I'm thinking to myself, we could use these from a water perspective. All shrunk down or scaled in various capacities. One of them is this. I actually think there's an argument that this scaled and clipped into the floor might be the move. So I'm gonna make a couple notes here real quick. I'm gonna say, let's call it the stonework fountain is a maybe. There's a scrying pool. Starry scrying pool, likely a craft because it's not listed as a vendor drop. And that's important to know from an accessibility perspective too, right? Because it's easier to get stuff off of any given vendor than it is to go try and find a crafter. Is there anything else from a water perspective that I think is really powerful here? No, we don't want the large one. The small stonework fountain could be an okay play. I actually think the regular stonework fountain is maybe a bit better. Well, let's say maybe small question mark. And that's good. You kind of don't just want to sit on this with the water at your butt level, right? Is part of the problem. So if we were to use something like this on its own, well, number one, you don't want water leaking out of your toilet seat. Number two, you wouldn't really fully get the effect of a toilet. It would be really funny to use the brazier of a loon as a toilet, but I digress. We kind of almost want something that separates us from the water level, right? Because you're not sitting in the water. My mind goes to any kind of basket or anything with a hole in it that we can utilize. That we can utilize for our benefit. So I'm thinking barrels. I'm thinking baskets. I don't think any of the barrels that are in game right now have openings on them, except for this trash fire barrel, which is maybe not an ideal toilet choice for different reasons. Barrels, baskets. Is there anything else that I can think of that might make a good thing to sit on? Interesting. Oh, darn. If it didn't have this raised glass here, this actually looks very much like an... I've sort of given up on the oval dream from a toilet seat perspective. You can almost make a really ornate toilet seat out of that. Open, elegant, elven barrel. Interior, crocodile, alligator. Most interesting chat. Very ornate. I was kind of thinking to myself, the toilet would be a little like wooden, simpler in its construction. Open, elegant, elven barrel. But maybe this is okay. Still maybe leaning wicker basket, I think. We're just doing a scroll here, honestly. We're looking for anything that like is a sittable thing with a hole, like anything that, honestly, we're looking for anything that has a hole in it. We're looking for pots. We're looking for I've stalled because I'm thinking, chat. I wonder if what we actually want is a mug. So let's look. Venthyr chalice. A little too octagonal for my tastes, toilet-wise. But you could see how clipped in to the floor, this might actually not be a bad option if you were making a more ornate toilet. I think we can actually do it with this. This is a compelling option for me. Very compelling option. I'm gonna do a quick skim through here. See if I can find anything else. That has like a good sitting hole on it. Another really good resource for stuff like this is WowDB. They have a lot of that basket has a thing on top of it. That's not gonna work. Because they always have inspiration that you can use. This is a little spiky, right? When I searched barrel, there we go. Did all these options come up? They didn't. I must have been filtered. I mean, this open spike. If this didn't have the spikes, this would be good. Why is there open barrels? Wine barrel. Actually, I hadn't seen this one yet. That's cool. Why are there open barrel options? They're like spiky, but not normal open barrel options, chat. An open barrel option would be like #1 on the list, but we don't have any other than this really ornate one. It is dyeable. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open elegant elven barrel. We're gonna go mug, and we're gonna go wicker basket. Those were the best three I think that we saw. So we know we need those. That's going to form our seat. In terms of lid, we're not going to worry super about a lid just yet. There are some options about a lid that we'll talk through in a second. From a tank perspective, I kind of want to work out what we're going to use for our seat and our water area before we get there. So let's go buy some stuff. You almost never want to be in a position where only one item is usable. Because you never know what it's going to look like until you actually get it in there and sized. The second thing that's really important that kind of forms from that is picking like what your root idea is. For some reason, my brain has really rooted in on I want there to be water in the toilet bowl. And to do that, we're going to need the fountain. Large stonework fountain, small stonework fountain, and stonework fountain were the two that I liked. So we're going to get those. And then the other things that I liked were, we need a... It's a home defense gadget. Sorry, chat. Got distracted. Where's my notepad? We want open, elegant, elven barrel. We want mug, and we want wicker basket. Wicker basket's also dyeable, which is big. Do we think the wicker baskets are... I guess I could just look at who sells them. Wicker basket. Who sells this? Jiaodan. Hello, buddy. Empty whisker basket. Empty whisker basket. Whisker basket. Empty wicker basket. That's there. Elven barrel. Decor treasure hunt. Not ideal. Usually when it says decor treasure hunt, you can kind of buy them. Yeah, right there. If it says decor treasure hunt, they're buyable from somebody in here. And then a mug. We need a traveler mug. I'm gonna hearth to my garrison chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I do that. And then we'll grab the mug that we need. And then we'll go back and we'll do some testing to figure out what's gonna actually work best for the bowl of the toilet here. Okay. We're back. It's built. I need to turn on my space heater, chat. This office is cold right now. Okay. The inn, which I don't actually have, or didn't have rather, on this, I didn't have on this character's garrison, but I do have on my other garrison if I need to go get it. Is where you buy the mugs. The Garrison Inn specifically. Oh, I wonder if the level 1 one doesn't have it. Because there's no server. Yep, there's no server. Okay, that's okay. I'm not going to swap characters right now. What we're going to do is I have a lot of mugs. I have a lot of mugs in my tavern. We're just gonna steal a mug off the shelf. Probably not off the shelf, probably off a table. It's easier to steal it off a table. And let's just see how these different toilet plans play out. Normally, if I was planning out a room, I would do a bunch of these item blockings all at once and then just go on like literally a grocery trip to go get what I need. But I don't want to do all that on camera and having to talk. So we're not doing that right now. So I need a fountain. I liked the basin on this fountain, but I don't know about sizing differences. Let's actually take this out here. I just want to see the sizing difference on these two things. Okay, so interestingly, right? Oh yeah, look how small these get. This is gonna be perfect. This and this as our options. They're actually pretty comparable in size. I think for our money, we like the large one better. So the first thing I'm gonna do here is place our stonework fountain. And we're gonna size it down to, we want it about the size of a human butt. The Valdrakken seat, made for dragons, a little too big for the human butt. But you can edit, chat, while doing anything you are normally doing in the World of Warcraft. And what that means is that if we get a good angle here, like this, we're sitting, we can go into edit mode, and we can do a quick butt test. I think that's just about damn perfect to me. We're going to remove this temporarily. We don't need this here anymore. Dunk. That's going to be kind of the basis of our toilet bowl here. Now, what we're going to have to do, ideally, is cover up this water in a way that you don't want water coming out of the toilet bowl. That's a whole plumbing issue. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try the open elven barrel. Elven barrel. This big. I want to scale this bad boy down. And I want to move it in, and we're going to see how well it covers the water at the size that we currently have this at. It's not doing a great job. And as we scale it down, so if I think about where this sit level was at, right? On this stool. Not an ideal job of covering all this water. That's not necessarily the end of the world. What we might do is just scale this down a little bit. So it's at 30 right now. We can get it as low as maybe 25. And position it. Up relatively appropriately. That. In this situation now, we have no... We have no visible water on any sides. That's actually pretty good. If we dye this, right? Because this open elegant barrel is dyeable. We can get the dye. I'm guessing dye slot 2 is the wooden color. Guessed wrong. I guess wrong pretty much every time, I feel like. So we can do like an earthen brown on that. And here we can do something like a mahogany. Or even like a gray. Like we can do... No, I kind of like... I like the idea of like a wooden toilet, really. So... Something like that almost is okay. From a toilet perspective, right? And what we would probably actually do here is we would give this a little bit of a rotate. Nope, wrong axis. Rotate it enough that the flat part goes to the back. And then that will make up our... That's going to make up our, like, seat component. Now, the other thing I want to do really quick, chat, is I just want to... So we get this going. This principle that I'm about to do here is not just important from a toilet perspective. It's actually something you're going to want to do with basically any custom seat. So I've done this with, like, I'm going to show it out here. All these sittable bar stools, as an example. These are technically tables. So I've done the exact same steps that I'm doing with this toilet seat for anything sittable that you don't want to be sittable. This is a fairly commonly known tactic, I think, right now. But bears repeating in case people don't know. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make sure I am sitting at the level that I want to be sitting at. Am I... It's a little hard because I'm really close to my microphone right now. Sorry, chat. It's a little hard right now because we're a little close to... Like, the space that we're working in is a little tight. But I think that's probably about the sitting height I want to be at. Once we know the sitting height that we want to be at, we are going to go... Edit... And without moving this, because I kind of like where it's at, we're just going to shrink. Shrinking the object does not change where your butt was sitting relative to said object. This is important. So, what that means, now you do have to click in kind of a weird spot, right, to get on the toilet. But it means that even though I shrunk that, I still sit in approximately the same place. And you can see that I'm a little lower than I want to be right now. My thighs are doing some bizarre clipping. So we're going to get out of here. We're going to edit. We're going to find our little stool. Without moving it, just going to shift it up a little bit. I think that's pretty good from a toilet seat perspective. His feet are off the ground a little bit, but that's okay. So now we have a sittable toilet seat. We have a, and you'll have to play with, you know, your seating adjustments and what stool you're using. What stool you're using can play a big role when you're trying to clip in and make custom seats. You'll have to play with it a little bit, but we are now in a place where I feel pretty good about, the size of this toilet, I think. There's maybe a world where I want to scale it up a little bit more. It's maybe a little small for a Tauren. It's kind of a human-sized toilet, to be honest. It's a little finicky with where you have to click too, but that's okay. Ultimately, I think that's fine. I think it's an okay size for a toilet seat. We'll leave that where it is. So I like that. Now, a problem I'm having, chat, is that because of the size of this, we're actually a little far forward for where I want this. I really want this to be moved up. This is where sometimes even blocking, you can still get it wrong. So what I probably want to do here is I'm going to go, and I'm going to increase the size of this to about... I lied. I'm going to size this up first. This is at 77 right now. Let's make this a nice 85. And then let's pick this. Sized up to about 29, actually. That's pretty spot on, I think. And if I sit now, what does it look like? We're back to clipping through. So we need to... I think we actually, what we want to do... So there's two options here, right? We can either raise where the seat is, or we can lower both objects. And I actually think in current context, we probably actually just want to lower both of these objects. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to bring this guy down to about here. And then I'm going to pick this. I'm going to lower this down as well. We can play with how much water is actually visible. Kind of like that. And what we didn't do is move the Valdrakken seat at all. And that gets us to... Somebody's running around my home right now, chat. That gets us to... right about where I want it from a toilet seat perspective, I think. I think we maybe just need to move it back. Because this is going to be ultimately where I want the tank for the toilet anyways. So let's move this back. As long as you're moving on the same axis, it's okay to have to do these little tweaks, right? Because, like, not the end of the world. I find that the stools can be a little finicky when you move them, but... okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. That's good from a toilet perspective. The base of the toilet's a little wide, right? I am, as you say, shitting. Excuse me. Somebody's visiting me. Oh, he's an orc. He can't understand common. Lol. So we need to... We have the basis of this now done, I think, chat. We need to figure out the tank situation. Conceptually, I don't love the tank being... You just do. Weirdo. Warriors, man. I don't love the tank being like this wide at the base. I'd like it to be more raised up if possible. And so let's look at what we can use to actually accomplish that. So this is like a small bookshelf. We need like basic furnishing, and we're probably looking for storage. You could hypothetically use anything, but in my mind, what I'm looking for is like wood in storage. So again, remember, the search function in this is smarter than you think it is. So you can just type wood and get the wooden stuff that you need. This is going to be 2 square. What in God's name is this? Oh my God, it's Walt. What toilet is in common? That's a good question. There's a lot of people in my house right now. Hello, everyone in my home. This... Oh, only the front area is done. Don't come back here, lol. Okay, so chat, I got some thoughts. Thought number 1 is... coffin, maybe not a bad option. If we take a coffin and we flip it down and reverse it like this, right? That's not un-toilet tanky. So I have that as an option 1. Option 2, not really centrally related. If you want a toilet seat, this clipped in could be your answer, because this will cover this almost perfectly. So I'm gonna buy both of those. I think we want coffin and coffin lid. Both of those come from Xiaodan. That does not solve our tank problem. I really, really need a shelf. I really, really need a shelf that's like half the height of this. And I just don't know. Can you even see me searching through the catalog? You can't really. Let's shrink this image down. I don't know what the... Don't break my toilet. Don't tell Walt to break my toilet. Leave my toilet alone. Be nice to my toilet. Got a real hooligan problem with some of y'all. I just don't... It says functional. What can you do with this? Can you cook on this? I didn't know that, if that's true. I don't know why that's under functional. This would be kind of a funny toilet tank back. I looked at storage. Let's maybe look at tables and desks. People in guild chat are asking things about my house chat, so I got distracted. Ooh. Bad color. These bar tables are intriguing, though. Can I... No, none of these are really speaking to me. Freywold table. Hold on. Can we... Got some ideas. Let's do this. Freywold table. It's a little small, right? You got like a 30. 90. Okay, 30, much too large, right? Let's go. What are my drink decors? I'm gonna ask a question in guild chat that I'll answer here too. What are my drink decors that I have in my home? Hi, Walt. 1 second. What are my drink decors? I have Sindorai bottle thingy, Outland Alk. I have classic Alk bottle thingy, Venthyr Anima bottle thingy, mug, uncrowned, uncrowned cabinet thingy. I'm sure those are the names. Look at Walt being a good bartender. This is what housing's all about, folks, is being able to RP with Grass Wizard himself. There are other bottles that I actually want. Did you buff me? Beautiful. That's a bartender. Walt, I'm sure you're still in here. This is an unbelievable mog. You're like the king of the Mushroom Kingdom. It's incredible. There's also another uncrowned deco that is just loose bottles that works well. Both from same vendor in Rogue Place. Okay. You know what we need to do, chat? Is we're gonna go buy those coffins right now. I think the coffin is maybe the cook. I think the coffin is the thing we want. Bartender. You're absolutely correct. My mistake. Shoudan. Where's my coffin? I need an open wooden coffin. One of these racks. A sturdy wooden coffin. Where's the lid? Why are the coffin... I guess it's because it's alphabetical. That's why. I was about to yell about something that's ridiculous to yell about. I'm just looking through. Sometimes even like, because it can be overwhelming looking through the the entire catalog. Sometimes you can get something just looking through the actual vendors themselves. We love sea shanty, don't we, folks? No, no. No. Always rotate your objects. Sometimes the thing that you'll need is like the top of an object or something. And not... see, the trellis isn't bad. It's a little too tall. Like, we would want it half height, and there's no good way to cut off the trellis. That's too ornate. It's too long. It's too fancy, I think. Ornate weapon rack. No, okay. I think we probably have what we need to finish the toilet. I'm going to start narrating process a little bit less and just kind of start picking out items. Because the truth of the matter is, chat, while the intent is a little bit, and with the voiceover in the YouTube video, this will come across better. The intent is to kind of get you thinking about how you should approach these problems. Once you've done a number of them, you can get quite a bit faster at doing this than we are being today. That's... Okay, so where we left off was right about here. This is no good. We get rid of that. We get rid of this. This is not quite a tank. It's also too short at the outset. If we rotate this... and scale it up, what are we looking at? Honestly, this is not the worst option to me. Like, if we did this... maybe scaled up slightly more. Maybe like a 33. We do something like this. On the back half. And then on the tank side, if we were to add like a beam, right? Like we beam it. Donk. Donk. That's starting to give a little bit of toilet. Now, the thing that I actually want to see, though, is a coffin, right? There's two things we can do. Number one, if we shrink this to right about here, oh, it actually needs to be bigger than that. I lied. That's a closed toilet seat, right? Like, we can do something like that. We could also, now that it's sized appropriately, tilt like this, pull it forward. It's pretty good. That looks like a toilet, chat. That's a good looking toilet, I think. The only thing that I don't love on this toilet right now is how this comes down straight. If I... Okay, bear with me here. Do I have another Freywool table? Okay, so I get this Freywool table. Shrink this bad boy down. Let's get them down to like here. Yeah, rotate to 90. We just drag this. If you want to test something new, chat, just pick an axis and just drag it all the way out on that axis rather than destroying it and having to replace it and all that stuff. Like if I do this, we still need a little bit of thickness. Relative, right? So like this is option 1. What I'm gonna do, whenever I want to do a comparison side by side, is I open trusty snipping tool in Windows. I'm gonna take a snip of that. It's not perfect, but I have it on my upper screen now. And now what I can do is I can drag this out. I can drag this back. And I can compare the two. See, and this is why a comparison is good, because I thought I didn't like... I thought I didn't like this, but I'm looking at the comparison between the two. And I think this is better. I think... I think this is better. Okay. So let's look at a couple things real quick. How big is this? 30%? I love the bug where the rotation thing just like doesn't show you rotation. Just kidding. I don't like it. Is this not the same size? Seems bizarre, right? Whatever. Okay. I need beams, chat. Beam. Another beam? Like one more beam ought to do it. Okay. Maybe come back to me. Dude, come on. Come on. Stop playing with me. There we go. Dude, I'm gonna lose my mind. Come on. Where did you go? This is insane. Shift will make the things move faster, chat, for what it's worth. Yes, this is RuneScape music. Okay, when in doubt. No, it's still... really hates it. It is not in game. It is indeed... indeed RuneScape music. Okay. I think we're good from a toilet perspective there. We have our toilet seat. We need dyes. We need dyes big time for that. Dyes are like the last thing that I do typically though. So we need dyes. We need a waste paper bin, which I actually already have. A wicker basket for. $35. We can move that. There. What we'll actually also want is a toilet brush of some kind. I'll have to think about... maybe I can make this a little bigger. 40. That's okay. We want a toilet brush. I'm also thinking about maybe a plant. We can get off the beaten trail of the bathroom concept in a little bit. I think that's an inch smaller. That's an inch smaller. So we have like... we have our stall here. I actually know what I'm going to do for toilet paper. After. There's a version of this shelf that doesn't have anything on it. Where does that come from? Is it just this? I thought there were... this must be crafted. I really thought there was an open to shelf version of this. because I kind of want the 2-shelf version. Who makes Borealis bookshelf? What profession is that? Borealis bookshelf. Or inscription. Did Beeves do BFA in script? So it may actually not be an option. I may not have a crafter that can make this for me yet. Let's leave this part as it is right now. Let's shift our attention over here. Okay, when we look at this mirror, chat, what do we think is actually the easier way to do this mirror? I had this tilted sideways, but I'm thinking now the answer might actually be scale this MFer up. And run it like this. And shrink the entire bathroom size so the counter's a little smaller. Or even like, we could actually probably even leave some of this wood in frame if we wanted. To make it a little wider. Right? And then maybe even like pull it down to like here. It's a little bit bigger. It's maybe okay for it to have the top even. It's kind of comically large, though, is the thing. Right? And I kind of like the idea of having it look like it's more... more full size. So maybe what we do... Can I get a beam? Maybe not a beam. Maybe let's do a... platform. Or, you know what would work really well is a wall. We do an interior wall, right? Normal size interior wall. And we pull it. Kind of like that. Maybe we make this even bigger. Right there. That's where the bottom starts to clip in. Is that as big as this gets? Yes. So that's where the bottom starts to clip in. So let's cut it right there, maybe. And let's move this. Okay, I have a plan, I think, chat, for what I wanted to do with this now. All of this will be hidden because this will just connect appropriately. And I can put recessed lighting up here. So we'll just have to wall here, which means this door situation is going to get pulled back. I need to go get the Stormwind interior walls. I need to have the actual walls that I'm going to use for this, I think. I'm not going to buy the brown dyes yet, but I need the actual walls. What can I use for recessed lighting? We want really low profile lighting if we're going to do that. Probably not super harsh lighting either. The blue's too harsh. It's not dyeable. Not the braziers. We want something that's going to just kind of emit. That's not bad. That could, something like this could work. It's a little harsh though. I kind of would prefer softer. Ooh. Oh, this is the... Never mind, chat. This is the one that's worth an insane amount of the new currency. There's no way I'm getting those. The answer might just be candle. Okay, we can solve the recessed lighting problem after. We don't even necessarily actually need to do recessed lighting, to be honest. That's just sort of like a neat idea I had. Where are the Stormwind interior walls? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get up and go over here. Part of what's creating the discrepancy on the toilet area in my mind is that the toilet area in my real life bathroom is actually quite a bit more narrow than what I'm working with. What I'm working with here, right? What about those for now? Like it's actually, it'd be more like if we ran this all the way back, this little notch. Even that would be not quite, you'd still have quite a bit of room on either side relative to the picture we're looking at, right? But I think it's okay for it to be a little roomier. We want Torn to be able to fit in. Torn would not fit into my normal bathroom, let's say. Okay, so let's go. First things first, remove this and give me the Stormwind interior wall. At a snap level. Give me this. We're gonna go up, up, up. And right. And we're gonna go back because we want that to clip in a little bit, like that. And then we're gonna want to bring that sucker way down. And push it back. Even more. Cuts that off. What are you groaning about back there, Bubs? Dog's got a groan on. Then here, I think we're gonna run a pillar. Actually at the right level for the most part. Do I like that more? We might need two walls, chat. Because what I want is I want this. I want symmetry. From a symmetry perspective, we need this right here, right? Kind of deal. Little up even. Like right there. But we need to cover the top of this. So we do need a second wall. Do we think it's better to clip this and have the mirror be full length? I kind of feel like the answer is yes. I kind of feel like what we actually want... I feel like, chat, what we actually want is this beam pillar, this sturdy wooden pillar, which is what I'm also using here. That's now in line, and I think we actually want this... move to here. Which means we're going to need a second beam pillar. Yeah, that could be okay. We'll clip the counter in a little bit. We need the wash basin still from Val Shira. Yeah, it's toilet time, JB. We're toilet and bathroom cooking right now. We gotta dye the toilet still. But the toilet's in a pretty good spot as far as being able to sit, use it. That's fair, Walt. Enjoy your Warhammer. But it's in a pretty good spot right now. We need to finish this counter up on the left. We have our mirror at this point. Pretty okay with the mirror. But we really need our sink. I think we need our sink so we can block how much of this space is going to be sink dedicated. And then we can solve for this counter situation. So let's go get the sink. I think the sink comes from sink. Help me out here, chat. Basin, maybe? Yeah. Dreamweaver's revered, 1,000 order resources, 700 gold from... Who do we think is the... They're probably close to each other, right? It's Legion. They're all in love with one another. Let's go. All the factions are in the same place at the same time. Because we had to unite to fight the Legion. Kaldorei wash basin. Okay, I don't have any of these, chat. Cenarium privacy screen. Oh my god. Okay. Let's look at, is there anything I want here? I mean, I want the experience. I have 60,000 order resources. Let's just buy all of these. Sorry, chat. I'm getting very distracted because I am answering some questions in guild chat. Okay, I bought the Caldori wash basin. Let's just buy all of these once, so I have them. We're here. I have that. I have that. Get all the XP while we're here, right? Okay. We did that. Is there anything else I want from Legion? You know, like I'm here, right? So I guess the question is, do I just rip around and buy anything? This decor vendor thing just like suddenly glitches out now. The choices, expansions, Legion. Let's go to Glenbrook real quick. Look at this little smoke lantern. Let's buy a couple of those. And let's go see. We got one more thing over here that we can go. There's one more vendor. Let's just go see what this vendor has, and then we'll go back to the home. Continue our wash basin. Is anything in Valarjar Stormheim going to be mic coded? Do they even have vendors in Stormheim? I'm sure they do, right? But I don't see them here. But that doesn't mean anything. This decor vendor add-on has been like not not spectacularly accurate, let's say. It's missing vendors that like actually had some really cool stuff on them. Yeah, I have all those things. Do we know of a... Yeah, they probably do have something with Legion Remix. There probably is Stormheim stuff. I haven't played because I'm a bad WoW player. I haven't played any Legion Remix. I have like a level 20 rogue, I want to say, and that's it. Stuff gets boosted next week, and I think I'll probably just like try and run a couple classes that I never did the class hall stuff on. But I'm missing a pretty significant chunk of what would make Legion Remix good. Okay, I got a couple ideas I've been cooking around while we figured this stuff out for countertop stuff. But let's get this wash basin in here first. So, basin, that's our boy. Fairly large. Fairly large. Too large for what we want. By quite a bit. Let's remove this. Remove this. Remove this. Remove this. Let's focus on a couple things first. Number one, let's get this centered. Let's shrink this bad boy down. I'm kind of like 60 right now, I think. I like this size. This is a big sink, isn't it? When I think about how big a sink is in front of me. Oh, no, that's probably right. Maybe a little big. Maybe we go down to 55. Somebody yesterday made the really good point that you got to think about all the races, though, right? It's not just a sink for humans. It's a sink for Tauren and orcs and all these people. So, got to keep that in mind a little bit. How do we want to do this countertop? What do I think is the best route for us to clip this into something? Let's think. I think I want... I got a vision of the countertop I'm thinking of in my head. Might be more shelfy than anything else, though. To be honest. Unless we go full wooden countertop. If we go full wood, you could potentially sit on it, which would be interesting, maybe. Like if we went... this, right? We pull this up. We maybe make it a little bigger. Like 110. It almost needs a little bit of a tilt to it. Okay, hold on. Hold on, chat. Give me a minute. That one's on me. Always check. Always check your directions. Pardon me. You can kind of sit on the... You can kind of sit on the countertop in the bathroom. Which is kind of neat, right? I mean, if you're a bigger race, you're going to clip in, though. And this isn't a group washroom. This would be a funny feature in a group bathroom. If you made a bathroom with multiple stalls in like a restaurant, it would be funny to nest benches into the countertop. But I don't think it's what we want here. I'm gonna veto that. What I probably want is a good plain shelf. I'm kind of thinking what I want is a good plain shelf, maybe. This is too thick on the ends for it. Too thick on the ends. Checking to see if I have a message from my wife. I do. I have 3. Oops. Hi, Bo. My dog wants to know if we're almost done. We might be, Bo. We might be almost done. Maybe not the Tide Sages bookcase. It's pretty big. Can we... Like, I actually don't hate... Stop rotating that way. See, it has these two... What I want to do, chat, is I want to keep the illusion of the, the nested basin. Jesus. I want to keep the illusion of the nested basin. So I want this hole to exist still, even in the midst of the countertop. And what that means is we're going to need 1, 2, 3... We need a few different pieces of whatever we choose to use here. Not that. We gotta get out here for a sec. We gotta be able to free rotate in a way that's not like the most annoying thing that's ever happened to me. Not that. Not that, because it's gonna have the big things on the ends again. Tables and desks, I think, are where we're gonna have to go. Tables and desks, and the more plain, the better. It's almost still too... Almost still too fancy, but... Like this, maybe? We do this. And then dupe it. And run it on the other side. I kind of... That might work. I kind of still want just a more plain solve. But the problem is that, like this, so this plain table, this theoretically actually works great, right? This has almost everything I want in the countertop. But when we pull it over here, it's this pesky Oh, you know what, chat? Maybe I'm being whiny. Maybe this is totally fine. I think I'm being too whiny. Yep, I am. Too whiny. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes you just get too whiny. But we do this. We're kind of in good shape. Nope. Did it just leave that? Jesus. Okay. What is this size to right now? Why did it do that? It's sized to 50, but it's like actually 50.5. Something that's not clear until you start really messing with the system, chat, is that the we're gonna need like 4 more of these. The resizing tool, among other tools, operates in decimals. It doesn't tell you that in the interface, but it's operating in fractions. So there are 2 different 50% from a sizing perspective. There might honestly be more. I wonder how granular you could get if you had fine enough control. But at minimum, you can usually tweak between 2 different sizes. Zhao, is that you? No. $140. Do you want to go for a walk soon, Bubba? We're almost done this. %. We need 1 more table. Scale down to 50. The low end of 50. Make sure it's approximately the same height. Okay, we're gonna want probably the middle of it. And let's back this. Oh. This motherfucker all the way up. Ooh, we want this to be bigger. Yep. No, down one more. Slightly offset. It's not perfect. Yeah, there's I think what you'll find is that your patience level will vary depending on how interested you are in making that object, right? Your patience level for a bathroom could be very different than your patience level for a pool table, as an example. Like, all these balls on this pool table are this cushion scaled to 20% and then placed so that they intersect. So I've got like a cross and an X to make just enough of a ball shape that at a glance you can tell they're balls. They're not perfect, and you have to decide, much like what you just said, what your patience level is. My patience level is right about there, and then I tap out. You may or may not have the patience to do lettering, right? You may or may not have the patience to do X, Y, or Z, but you might have the patience to you know, really tweak and toy with positioning and sizing and tilting to get your bar filled out. And eventually you'll probably find something where you're like, ooh, I really like the idea of having this in my place. And your patience level will change. But a lot of it is about finding those items, to me at least. And it's not always an easy thing to do. Can we, this frail old table, if I rotate, oh, nope. This guy here, give me a 90, give me a scale down, give me a pull. Fun tip, not a lot of people realize, is you get all your movement indicators for all your axes. You can actually just drag these bad boys. Nope, that's gonna fill our wash basin. That's horrible, actually. That's not gonna work at all. But it is a lot of, I wouldn't even say bad man. I would just say Blizzard should add a orb. My feedback to Blizzard, add orb. Add colored orb, I can die. Thank you. I think I do want this 1 degree tilted. Yeah, I do. Fuck. And you also decide what level of perfection is the one that you want, right? And it's going to be different for everybody. And you just, as long as you're okay with it, like, whatever, right? I'm trying to avoid just... like, we need a very flat solution for this front. We need a very flat solution for this front. Crates will not work. This is gonna be too thick. Because it can't cut into, I think we have to do tables. Unless there's something else. But we can't have it cut into the wash basin. That's like our singular defining problem is this wash basin. Because we don't want it to cut in, we want to keep it. Because that's part of the magic, right? It's like, wow, there's like... little subtle details will get you exactly where you want to be most of the time. Do we just... do this? Like, truly, is the answer just that we say... 90-degree angle. Drag them forward. And do it there. And say that this is our solution to this problem. How do we get... what do we do about this? That almost solves the problem for us. But what do we do about... this lip here? We just try. We just try this for a sec. Like, if I just say fucking whatever, we're just gonna do this. How does this look? Oh, nope. See, it starts to cut in. Right there. We would have to pull it out to here. Okay, so if I shrink this, right? Like right now it's comically large, but if I shrink it... oh, we got a table problem over here too. Huh. We'll cross that bridge in a sec. No, I really want to hide. That if I can. Let's move this back there. I can still get it, right? Yeah, okay. I can still get it there. That's funny. Let's give this a 90-degree rotation. So we are this. Pull it up. See, you would anticipate that the toilet would be the hardest part of a bathroom build, but this is 1,000 times more difficult. That's gonna look bad, I think. I think this is bad. I think so far, this is kind of our winner option here. That's pretty good, to be honest. Like, it's not perfect, but... it's not bad. Can I get a... like, does a tilt solve this for me? No, you have to start to really tilt it. What can we do here? Do we dupe this wall? And just shift it? I think we do. I think that's the answer here. So we go Stormwind wall. This is a Stormwind interior wall. We rotate it 90 degrees. Do that. Now our toilet is not centered, chat. We have to adjust because we adjusted the whole wall. Aye. Okay, hold on. We can do this. Okay, that's one. Done. 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 10. There we go. Okay, that's okay now. Okay, holy macaroni. Secret door bookcase in front of your toilet for privacy and literacy. Yeah, you could definitely... I think we're going to do a curtain here. I think my thought is that we could maybe do like a bathroom, like a toilet curtain kind of pulled back. Like if we do a... Oh god, what's a good example of this? This will be fine. This is fucking huge. Let's solve this problem. You do not need to be this big, buddy. Like we did a beam. We shrink this down to about 42, maybe. Right? Oh, but it's, you know what? It's too short to be useful at 42. If we scale up, can we sell it with a clip? If I do this, almost, that's too much. We would have to do it here. You would like, I don't want to lose the airiness of the ceiling just because camera wise, if you start to get into spaces this tight, it starts to get pretty hectic. Let me think on that. Let me think on how we're gonna, if we're going to cover this. I mean, in my reference photos, not covered, right? So this is our countertop. I feel pretty good about this countertop. I kind of want this to creep 1 pixel forward or a couple pixels forward if I can. Maybe even just a little bit more. Like that. I think that's handleable. I think we can work with that. Okay, so what do we need for dye? Hold on. Let's figure this out real quick. So, dye. Here. Dye slot 1. I want... Nope. Dye slot 2. There was a really good color that I had snagged before. It was quite a dark brown. Might have to be earthen brown. Yeah, okay. So I need 1 earthen brown. And then for dye slot 2, do we also want earthen brown? Do we want something a little lighter? Earthen brown and mesquite brown. I like mesquite brown. Or heartwood. Wait a second. What did heartwood look like on here? Too bright. Okay, earthen brown and heartwood, I think, are going to be our plays. Let's make a note of this, chat. Earthen brown, heartwood. We need earthen brown times 1. We need heartwood times 1. I also know I need bone white times 2. Probably bone white times 4 to be safe. And I need an obsidian black times 1. That's for... Actually, I'm going to need 2, 8 bone whites. Let's call it 10 bone whites. And 5 obsidian blacks. Those are all needed. What color are we going to do our countertop? Not blue. Do we do a light countertop with a dark undertone? No, I think we try and match them as best we can. So, earthen brown. Earthen brown's not bad. I like earthen brown, I think, the most here. What does this look like, earthen brown style? That's die slot 2, Michael. That's not what you wanted. Yeah, I kind of like the earthen brown. Okay, so we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more earthen brown. So 7 earthen brown total, I think. This isn't dyeable. This is... The mirror is dyeable. Certainly intriguing, isn't it? Okay, let's get a mesquite brown then. What other shit can you do with this? That one's not doing anything, that's fine. Also not doing anything, fine, okay. Mesquite brown for that. I do want to just like shove up some walls here really quick. I don't want people going into my shit. Getting a lot of visitors lately, which I love, don't get me wrong. Thrilled everybody wants to come see my home. Just some of it's not ready for y'all yet. I'll do this for now. Till it is ready. Okay, let's do this. Let's go get the dyes we need. We're almost done the stream for the day, chat. We've made good progress, but I want to take my doggy for a walk. I want to hang out with my doggy. There's new snow on the ground. Bo loves snow. Gotta get that boy some snow. We gotta go to the auction house first, though. We're gonna need some stuff for some dyes. Oh, excuse me. Do I want to make the dye pigment myself, or am I too lazy? I will. JB, I'll give him a pet for you. I need 9 brown dye pigment. I'm just gonna buy him, whatever. This is a money loss for sure. If you can just make your own dye pigment, you should do it. I can, and I'm still doing this. Side note, if you want, you can sell your own dye pigment right now, and it's probably a good, pretty lucrative biz. Oh, nobody bought these stoppered black potions. What's it selling for right now? 9K? I'll make it for 9K. Here. It's classical alchemy, so my suspicion is these are actually not going to sell particularly well. Because, you can get classic alch to the level you need it really quickly. Back to the portal. Hey Google, what's the temperature outside? It's warm out today, Chad. Thank you. Where's my decorative pillows? Is it you who sells them? Yeah. Eight. Do I have a dyeable? The dyeable stuff, chat, can be really, really handy. You can do some crazy stuff with the dyeables. Xiaodan sells that. I might buy one more of those round rugs real quick. That's probably what we're going to use. I'm gonna buy a round rug. I'm also gonna buy one of those square rugs. One of those two things I think will work for my purposes. And wait, are there cushions that have... I'll show you. This is a secret, chat. I'm doing a little secret thing. But I think it'll be pretty cool if it works. A little end of stream secret, as it were. These might all be too... All these curtain options might be too big for what I need. But we'll see. The best way to find out is to just try. Where is this rug? Where is the rectangular rug? There. Okay. Okay, dies. We need... black dye, obsidian black dye. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Earth and brown, we need 7. Heartwood, we need 1. Mesquite brown, we need 1. Bone white, we need 10. Okay, wicked. Okay. Edit. Die. Elven barrel. 1 we want hide unavailable. That'll make it easier for us. Nope. We want that to be heartwood. We want this to be earth and brown, right? Is what we decided. Not the other way around. Yeah. Because I think earth and brown on this. I mean, honestly, it's fine, but I think I picked heartwood. There's so many fun options. Heartwood. Okay. Apply. Those are dyed. One problem solved. This. Apply. 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 Okay. That's pretty good there. We need a soap dispenser and a plant still to make this counter really pop. Jacob! Holy shit. Hi, man. What's going on? Are you at work? I wonder if you're at work. Maybe you're at home. It feels... Nah, it's Sunday. You can't be at work. Sunday's not work time. That would be absurd. Be deranged, even. What do I want to do for my soap dispenser here? Can I just... Let's just look really good. Let's just look at accent items. Oh, I am streaming. I'm not streaming for much longer, but I am streaming right now. I've been working on this bathroom build. In the old World of Warcraft. I kind of like the idea of this as a weird soap dispenser. If we were to like do this and scale it down to like 30. Oh no, you know what we decided? I remember what we decided. We just wanted a barrel, right? We talked about it and we said, this is an empty barrel? That's not good. We talked about it. We decided that a barrel was just the best solution to this problem. Is that barrel smaller? It says I'm playing unfair flips. That's a good point. I am playing unfair flips. Don't you recognize unfair flips when you see it, Jacob? Yeah, spiky barrel's too spiky. I think we want this one. It's a little big, maybe, for what we're trying to do, but I don't know. Jacob, that is in fact exactly what we're about to do. I'm trying to remember what this is called. If I scroll, I'll just see it. I bought one earlier with this express purpose in mind. Oh, did I not actually go buy it? I didn't go buy it, chat. I have to go buy it. Yeah, there's a specific thing we're gonna go get. There's quite a specific little item. We're going to get... I really thought I bought one. Storm... Oh, I don't want Diable. This guy here. It says I have two. I have two placed. Oh, one is my... One of the ones I have placed is my TV mount. You can barely see it, but attention to detail is important. It's clipped in to be my TV mount right now, way back here in the back corner. The other one's placed here for the sink. We do have to go get another one of those real quick. I kind of want like a little tree. Jenna's got, as you can see from my picture in the top left, make it bigger. Jenna's done a good job of, we got like a little candle and then like a little Christmas tree in our corner here. Adds a little accent work to the bathroom, you know? We need that. We lack that right now. I'm not recreating my house. I just wanted to I'm putting together a bunch of like B-roll footage basically right now in this recording for talking about how I approach just how I approach trying to like create a room and create custom furniture really specifically. So I picked my half bath as an example to build because I needed a bathroom for my house anyways. And I was like, well, this is a good example of like relatively easy, like this is how I start out when I'm blocking, like how I block out what I need. And how I then like kind of go piece by piece and determine what I need to go get and what needs to go where and how big it needs to be and all that stuff. So we kind of went through the sorry, buy this, buy this. I'm gonna buy 2 more of these. You can never have enough of these lights. I kind of went through like, this is how I block out my soap dispenser, which is ironic because I forgot to buy the water pump. This is how I block out and create the toilet and get the toilet to where I want it to be and all of those individual pieces. But my wife, in her ever present wisdom, is just a much better decorator than I am. So quite often it's a good idea to just copy what she does. And it'll look good. That's why I only decorate the office and not the rest of my house. In my home. Just I'm doing this because Jacob's here now. This is the Mangy Murloc. Jacob, this is my little tavern. You got your pool table. You got your little hangout area. Your scoreboard, your dartboard, your bar. And now your bathroom. Pump. That'll do. That's not bad at all. Okay, do we have like a little plant I can fuck around with? Do I have, first of all, do I have a basket? I do have a basket still. Oh my god. Okay, buddy. Relax. Bring you down. What do I have for nature? These are all huge. Is going to be the problem. Probably do want the darker one. We'll fix that up after. Okay. Let's do our toilet paper really quick here. This is actually a pretty good toilet paper roll base, but it's not quite what I'm looking for from a toilet paper perspective. So we're gonna go cushion. Got a lot of these bad boys. Didn't need to buy any more, it turns out. And what we're gonna do is we're going to rotate this 90 degrees. Then we're going to rotate it. I hate that bug. Like, not useful to me. I love that the default rotation axis for this is like... just along the pillow bump. Dude, that like weirdly screwed it up so much. 90-degree rotation. Let's scale this way down to about 40, I think is a good number. Maybe even a little bit bigger. A 45. Yep, I think that's good. Let's dye this. We're gonna dye this slot 1. Oh, nope. Slot 1 obsidian black. Slot 2 bone whites. Fly. Good stuff. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it again. 90 degrees. What did I scale this to? 50? Scale to 50. It lied. The scaling thing is just such a liar all the time. It's for sure 45. Are you kidding me? Yeah. It's absolutely 45, not 50. Die slot 1. And we actually don't need to burn a black here because it's not going to do anything. Apply. Probably 2 more of those, I want to say. $270, 45, low end of 45, I want to say. Come on, I'm at the low end. There we go. Let's place it before we dye it. Always place before you dye. That way, if it looks like shit, you didn't waste a dye. It's my 2 cents. And rest assured, at some point, it's always going to look like shit. So, I think that's pretty good. Dye, bone white, apply. Go. And one more. Rotate 90 degrees. White, apply. And we want the black on this one as well. Mike 1 second ago. Always place it before you dye it. Mike 10 seconds later. Instantly dye it. Forget about it. Have confidence. Be confident in your own decisions. Nobody knows they're wrong except for you. That's actually such a true tip, too. When people walk into your home, like, unless you're outright copying somebody else's design, the only person who knows something didn't turn out exactly the way you want it is you. So, don't, like, stress about any of that shit. Because nobody's gonna know. It's exactly like that meme. Literally, not a soul is going to know if you fucked something up. Pretty good. Okay. That's our TP roll. Now, what I want to see, chat. Here's the big kahuna. This might not work. This is a big rug, but if I shrink this... Oh, no, it's too big, isn't it? I think it's too big. Unfortunately. Damn, it was going to be really funny if this worked. I wonder if it will work with the circle. I thought about using the circle rug instead. I think it might work with the circle. Yeah, this is too big. But let's do this one. No, it's still too big. By a lot. By a ton. Okay. That idea is not going to work. That's okay. I think this roll is too large. You know what I'm saying? It's too tall almost. Like the ideal size of one of these is going to be 3 of these, not 4. Three of them kind of like smooshed together. Like, is it 2 of them? Is the honest answer that the ideal size of this is 2 of them? I think 3 could be okay. I think 3 could be okay. Let's get rid of this for now. Second thing I wanted to do real quick before we end the stream for the day. Can I get like a crate? And then what I really want to see, chat. We need 2 more things to make this idea happen. We need something small that can be a little like slit. Or a hole, perhaps. Is a better way to frame it. Let's go pillow real quick though. Not pillow, cushion maybe? Yeah. This guy here. I think if we take this, we go shrink, shrink. Oh, I want to try this with a curtain first, actually. I think a curtain might work better. This is not gonna, there's no way this gets small enough. Instant regret. Yeah, way too big. But I think this will work. So if we go tilt. Please just let me pick the thing I want to pick for rotation. No, this isn't gonna work. Is there something else I can put up here? $35. Good. One more of these. 35, die 1. Oh, that didn't die. Oops. Die 1, die 2, apply. Okay. Can I do... I could probably fake the towel rack, right? I think so. Not the fray old bench, but a different shelf. Oh, wait. Do I have any multiple copies of fences? How do I have one of every single fence? How is that possible? That's crazy. That's a crazy situation to be in. Are there other curtains? Actually, I think all the curtains are too big, right? It's kind of... Like, this is actually a pretty good towel. High Tides Wren. If I scale one of these curtains down to minimum size, how big is it? Oh. Okay, that's the curtain we want then. We just want the full one. Let's go for a light source. I don't think... Okay, so this is a good idea, but the smoke lantern doesn't work for this because there's smoke coming off of it, which is an insane thing to have be happening in your bathroom. Is there a different lantern we could like we could... Do I just do a candle? Is the answer, chat, as always, to just do a candle? Or just like shrink it. We could just shrink this down, right? Like, just get this shit way smaller. Like even a 35. Just go beepity boppity booba. We need 2 of these towels. And then we're good. I think we're... 2 of the towels, we call the bathroom done. And I think maybe we actually place this lantern over here. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's okay for that to be darker. Almost done. Put one of those in the toilet. The smoke light. Just have a little bit of a burning poo situation. That's a classic. Whom among us hasn't been in that situation before? Don't say among us. Wonder where Aether moved in. Oh, so... I don't know where Aether's house is. I saw my good friend Aether. Oh, he's down there. Nice. We're gonna pass by him on the way. Show me closed leather curtains. Yeah, that's what we want. Me, 2, 3. I always like to grab a few of them just in case, because you never know when you're gonna suddenly like need something like that. It's always good to just take another look and just double check. The floor could maybe use something, hey? Do you think it's cool to put a wolf pelt rug in your bathroom? I'm wondering if you think that's interesting. I kind of feel like it'd be cool to have a wolf pelt rug in your bathroom, right? Just for like, so you got something looking at you while you're on. If I turn it so its head is facing the toilet, so that while you're on the toilet, you have to reckon with the wolf. Which is often what's happening in the bathroom anyway. We'll get in there. We're almost done. Bam. 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 I forgot I wanted a new wicker basket for this bathroom, so it's not poking through the top. Let's not leave this like... The bathroom's not going to be completely finished, but I don't want to leave, like, stuff unfinished. If you leave individual elements unfinished, versus just not there, I think you're more likely to just, like, forget to do them. Whereas if there's a big empty space, right? I'm probably going to be like, oh, why is the space so empty? I must have had something I wanted to put here, and then it'll kind of jog my memory a little bit. Do I have an upgrade waiting? Nope. Whereas if I just leave it unfinished, like, I'm just gonna forget. Empty wicker basket. And I wanted to just check these plants. My friend Beeves did something very cool, where she faked a Christmas tree in her house using these. I don't know if they'll get small enough, but I'm interested in seeing if they do. It's a dog. Dog. Let me have a dog so I can put a little bow in my house.
Yeah, you're a little bow. Hi, Bubba.
Do you want to go for a walk?
Wanna go play in the snow?
We can do that. We can make that happen. It's no longer minus 20 outside, so we can go make the snow happen. Edit. Let's remove this curtain. $20. Oh. You want to give it like a 2, even just a slight rotation, makes things feel just a little bit better, a little more natural. Emerald Dreaming. I think that's a good color for it. I don't like 2 of them symmetrical. That's too symmetrical for me. Let's use one of these tied ones. Hi, Bubba Bear. My dog is currently licking me.
Hi.
Give me a sec. Yeah, I think that's pretty good, towel-wise. I'm happy with that. And then let's just swap this wicker basket. Oh. Be bigger than that. 35 situation. Now, the thing I wanted to see is I don't know if these are going to get small enough. Yeah, not quite. She did a really cool tree, but they're not quite small enough. That's okay. Okay. Well, chat, I think we're going to call the bathroom there. Do I have any art? Is it funny to put a picture of Turalyon in the toilet room? Oh, a rug. I was going to put something on the ground, right? A door? Okay. Okay. Fair play. We might need a door. Door's clipping right now. That's a solvable problem, though. We just, here's what we do. Is that a solvable problem? Do I even care that much? To be honest. I think the answer is no. I think I don't care if the door clips. You gotta pick your battles, team. And sometimes the battle you're picking is simply, it doesn't matter if the door clips into the wall. It's okay. It's okay for that to happen. Can it open out? Yeah. But if it opens out... It's kind of weird for the hinges to be on the outside, right? But I guess that's not necessarily that weird. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Maybe you're a genius. Just like bathroom doors don't usually open out, right? It's because the reason this is happening is because I clipped the wall into the, I clipped the wall into the door frame. I guess maybe it's not that weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? It's a little weird. Because if the hinges are on... I'm really thinking about this. If the hinge is on the outside, you could get trapped in the bathroom and you can't take the door off, which you never want. You want to be able to take the door off in an emergency. In a bathroom emergency. You know? Yeah. I'm gonna rotate it back. TBD on if this stays this way, but we'll leave it like this for now. I do wonder if I could just like, can I just shrink it down just a little bit and then drag it out and then a little bit and then drag it out and then make it a little bit like 84%. Let's call it 80. Dude, why won't it just stop scaling? There we go. Holy, that was a big work. Honestly, I'm good with that. Yeah, I agree. That like basically just like magically worked out perfectly. Door's a little smaller. Makes sense. The bathroom door, why wouldn't it be a little smaller? We got a rug in here. Hold on, where's my wolf? Now this is, I mean, this is my pitch, you know? What if... Right? And then that way when you're on the toilet, you're kind of looking at the wolf. You get to have a good interaction with the wolf while you're working the toilet situation, right? And then afterwards you get to stand on the wolf a little bit while you wash your hands. I don't think it works. I want it to work in my heart, but I don't think it works, unfortunately. I kind of like it too. It's more interesting than just like, I mean, because I could just put a rug here, right? And, you know, dye it white. She looks like dog shit dyed white, but that's fine. And like, do you have an aesthetically pleasing bathroom here? Yeah. But do you have a talking point for the people that come out of the bathroom? No. You don't. A wolf rug in your bathroom says, this guy's interesting. This guy's got a little something going on. I'm imagining a world where you like tilt the wolf rug like this. And you just have a bunch of wolves flying above your tavern. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you did hit Taven twice. That's pretty funny. I think the wolf, I mean, it's a sea shanty kind of tavern, but I think that I think the wolf is a talking point that you just frankly can't miss out on in what is otherwise a pretty stationary bathroom, right? There's not a lot going on here other than that. There's only one thing in my entire house that's now upsetting me, and it's that I don't have anything size, uncheck all, give me tiny, small, and give me medium, maybe. Kind of thing. Actually, no, I think I only want tiny and small. Is there not anything I can use to fake a goddamn Kleenex? I think the answer is just no. It's weird that this item has physics on it, by the way. It would, if I put this in as a fake Kleenex, it would be kind of drifting in the wind in a way that I don't think I can get behind. Is there anything in here at the small, medium size or tiny, small size that would make a Kleenex, a believable Kleenex? Tied-off curtain doesn't get small enough, unfortunately. I thought about that. We are smalled out on the tied-off curtain with what's on the wall there. Unfortunately. That was a good thought. These cushions don't quite get small enough either. The rug doesn't get small enough. I think we are hooped. Oh, art. Right, we're gonna put a painting in here. Can maybe fan these out to make one. That would actually probably work. Where's that rolled? Yeah, or make it wider. It just, it like... Like it, I want it to like fan outward a little bit, right? Thinking about it, I think the actual answer is this rolled scroll item. You get 3 of these and you go boom, boom, boom. And you kind of just like fan them. And I think that's your tissue. But I'm not going to go get rolled scrolls right now because rolled scrolls, I imagine, are made by an inscriptioner. I don't want to go harvest lumber. I want to walk my dog. Rolled scroll. Okay. I lied. It's not from a crafter. Bo, I'm so sorry. We have one more thing we have to do. I apologize, Bubba. We're so close, Bo. We're so close. We are literally minutes away. And Jacob's got me convinced that I can make this Clean X happen now. Where's Sergeant Crowler or whatever his frickin' name is? There he is. Right there. Mike, you could just go look. Actually a nice plain crate. There's some good plain stuff here. Interesting. Kind of cool. Okay. Let's learn these. Back to the house. We're gonna run it back. Okay. Rolled scroll. Kind of big, but that's okay. Get you nice and small. Give me a 90-degree twist here. Right? Then we go up. And we tilt it. Here's the trick. This is the juice. So we tilt it a little bit away, right? And what that's gonna do, we tilt it a little bit away, we make it a little bit bigger. And then that way, it'll look a little more 2D from the angle that most people are coming in at. Let's place another one. So what did we set it to? We set it to 25? Fucking love sea shanty, man. I get that it's possibly considered the overrated RuneScape song, but it's just so good to me that I don't care. Feather it. Yeah, exactly. It's a classic for a reason. I agree. I think that kind of works, right? Doesn't it need to be bigger? Maybe too small. Maybe we make this a little bit bigger. Seems fine. We'll go with that. I'm happy with that. Perfection is the enemy of good, chat. Okay. And there we have it. Just like that. In a few easy and short steps. We've got ourselves a bathroom. We have our towel, or sorry, our mirror, our sink, our towels. We can close the door. We spin it around. We got ourselves a toilet, toilet paper, a little Kleenex box, a waste paper bin. And we can even sit down and have ourselves a little poo talking to the wolf if we have to. And then finish your business, get up, and wash your hands. Then get out. And go enjoy yourself the rest of whatever the tavern's got going on this fine evening. That was a lot of fun. That was a fun build. I had a blast. Thanks for watching. Much to my dog's happiness, I'm now going to go take him for a big old walk, which he really wants to do. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time.